Well, I'm finding out very quickly that Facebook Marketplace is a very dangerous place for me. This is an Elite Series 2 controller that I picked up for very, very cheap. Mainly because it has water damage. The thing doesn't turn on. At least so the OP says, or the original owner, I guess not original poster. It's also missing things like the D-pad and the original, and 2 thumbsticks. Which it looks like it still has its shallow sticks, which is nice because I like the shallow sticks. Apparently you can order these, the magnetic D-pads pretty easily. I'm not too concerned about all this right now. This will be kind of my first time looking at it. So the original seller admitted to apparently having water dumped on it. I mean, it still has water on it. Oh, great. Oh no, he wiped it off with a wet wipe. Okay, I'm like, there's no way this thing is still dripping wet. Yeah, he did me a favor of just wiping it off really quickly. Nothing strikes me as, like, suspicious. It does come with the little charging cradle, which is nice. I'm gonna have to get all this stuff cleaned. You can see there were some goobers in this thumbstick. There was a ton of these shallow thumbsticks. Pretty sure the Elite Series 2 had more of a variety when it came to these, like, thumbstick heights. I do have one. I do have an Elite Series 2 with a case and all the thumbsticks, so I'll have to compare that later. That's not really important. So let me first see just what it does with a charger. So I have a USB-C charger connected to a USB tester. See what the thing does. Vibrated. It's pulling a charge. Okay. I mean, powering up. Oh dear, is this just gonna be one of those things? Let me get my Bluetooth ready on my PC. I don't know if I can just... It is pulling 0.5 amps. I'm gonna just see if it will auto sync if I connect it straight to my PC. I think I need to connect it via Bluetooth. It's not showing up as a device. I don't know if I need to connect it via Bluetooth. Let's just see if it will show up in a joystick tester. Let me get that all set up real quick. Or a gamepad tester. Should be able to bring that up here. Okay. I might have to connect it via Bluetooth in order for this to work. So let me actually try and get this synced. It might just be like flat dead. It's powering on and then powering off. Let me get it back on the actual tester, disconnected from my... Okay, blue light's flashing, that's not visible right now. It's showing up. Solid blue light, I think it's successfully synced. It isn't showing up in gamepad tester, and I think every time I press a button it almost like crashes. Let me see. Or is it even connecting? Ooh, yeah, that's interesting. It like crashes. Okay. Here I was thinking this was going to be boring. Perfect. So let me get this apart and I need to look at it. Now these things are kind of a... I know these things are kind of a pain to get apart, especially for the first time. I don't like sliding a pry tool along these side rubbers, because when I did that on my console, I kind of chewed them up. Once I get the unclipping started, there it goes, I should just be able to go around the console with relative ease, especially if I stick to these hard plastics and not these soft rubber. Ooh, that's good. That was really good. Oh, I mean, I'm kind of breaking clips. That's definitely not normal. And I know this clip is also broken. That definitely wasn't me, I don't think. So I guess I'm gonna have to kind of go along these rubbers if these clips are snapping on me. I wonder if this took an impact or something. I should almost pull the faceplate off of my personal one just as a reference where all the clips are. Because I've taken mine apart enough times that I think just either the clips are broken or it's just much easier to pop off. And I mean, does Microsoft really need to make this thing difficult to pull apart? Just not really, especially when I need to re-clean the, Yeah, all of my original clips are intact, but it does kind of show where they all are. There's 4 on each side. And it looks like they're sort of pointed inward. I still don't like doing that. Yeah, because mine I just literally just levered off, essentially, but these clips are being a little more obnoxious. I think this might be the first time it's been opened. So that's kind of why. There it goes. Yeah, and those clips didn't crack. Oh. Now we're getting somewhere. Yeah, that's more like it. So what exactly broke? I need to kind of figure that out. What's it hanging on? Come on. Oh, it's like, yeah, there's like an adhesive pad that Microsoft used. Okay, so I broke clip right there. And I think that's it. I mean, one clip isn't bad. It's part of the adhesive that's on the shell. It's not powering up, but the battery just could be flat. I think this is all like plastic welded in. Yeah, it is. I'm gonna have to get this cleaned. Put my other controller back together. Kinda. I'll just throw it off to the side just in case I need to reference anything. Now, if memory serves, there was supposed to be a little white sticker over one of these Torx bits. Okay, I'll just proceed forward with maybe the understanding that it hasn't been taken apart before, but broken clips don't necessarily give me that much confidence. Because, I mean, the one that I have, I know was not taken apart. And I guess I could kind of show what I was meaning about slicing against the rubber. Like, I just ended up cutting away, or I made a little impression here. That's actually a slice through the rubber. It's just a little physical imperfection, but try to avoid it if I can. Very interested to know what I'm getting myself into here. If it is truly water damaged, it at least somewhat functions. I think other than just being flat dead, I may even be able to take mine apart a little, swap the motherboard into it, just to see if that works, and maybe just the battery is just toasted. I actually don't even know what type of battery these take. I think I need to pop off this shoulder button piece. And I don't know what this piece of plastic was from. But I know this was one of the clips. It shouldn't impact the usability of the console. Console, the controller. I think the entire assembly should just come free. So here's the battery. Let me check for voltage with it, and I might even be able to charge it while I sort of probe the rest of this console. .7. I don't know what this thing's rated for. I can't exactly see it. It's in the housing. But since this thing was admitted to have water damage, I'm going to probably want to completely pull it apart. Ooh, yeah, this thing was dropped. Look at that. There's a good crack right there in the handlebar, so I wasn't just needlessly breaking clips. Like, that is completely compromised. On both sides. Whoa. Maybe this was the subject of some rage. And it looks like I can't charge the battery. The USB-C is a part of the main board. I mean, the rubber, in a way, kind of contained it. I didn't even notice it. I could almost super glue that, and I don't think that would even be noticeable. Because the outer housing looks otherwise fine. I will just have to reinforce that a little. Very interesting. Okay. But I'm going to have to disassemble this further. Get all the main boards off so I can deep clean it. Okay, let me get these little tiny, like, I don't know, like little paper pieces wanted to fall off on me, so I'm just going to take them out so I don't lose them. Now, I need to find a way to get these thumbsticks off. It's never been something I enjoy doing. It usually involves... Well, I know the best method that I found is putting a thumbstick on and then twisting it off. I do want to see if I can get like a... I don't think I have a socket that big down here. I don't even know if I have pliers that big down here. Oh, did I already get it, or am I tripping a little? No, I got it. Sweet. Because these are screwed onto the thumbstick assemblies. Nice. These are a lot easier to take off than mine. I had to actually take pliers to them, but... I mean, that's what the iFixit recommended it. I really don't like taking pliers to this because it would just chew it up unnecessarily, and I would rather get like a dedicated like 6-point socket or something to slide over these and take them off. There has to be a tool. I mean, there's a dedicated X-clamp removal tool for the 360. Okay, I think this piece comes off. Oh, it's held in by little retention clips over here, I see. There we go. Oh, and this piece comes off separately. So I need to separate the motherboard. Okay, there's some more Torx bits over here. I think it usually means I don't necessarily have to desolder it right now until I kind of figure out what's going on. Or I just want to give it a general inspection, really, just to see. If there's any water damage that I can address immediately. Okay, 2 Torx bits. Should be able to separate the subboard. I know it's kind of on here a little bit because there's a good Lego plug right here. There we go. And a crunchy fell out when I did that. Oh, right, there's these two these two cables right here. Do I disconnect them from the board, or can I disconnect them from right here? I can disconnect them from right here. Now, I know they're still kind of connected via wire. I'm not going to desolder them if I don't have to. I know these posts that are on these sides are in here pretty good. I don't know if I can pull that one off. But I don't really think I have a choice. Oh, never mind. I think, yeah, that's a free floating part. Looks okay. Get the last bits of screws off so I can look at the actual main board, and I'll also be able to separate button membranes to see kind of what shape everything is in. This might just be one of those things I put it on the charger, leave it for a while, and maybe it just needs a charge. But when the original owner said they spilled water on it, I'm taking that extremely seriously. Oh, there's a post down here in the corner. Okay, I can slide off the board. I mean, it looks just fine. Huh. Let's get all the buttons out. And then I need to get my cleaning tub ready. It would almost behoove me to verify the thing works before I get too terribly far here. What I can do is sort of cobble the main board back together. And then on my personal controller, I might just be able to remove the assembly out and just test that known good battery. That would be sort of the confirmation that I know it still works. I don't want to throw that metal in there. Okay, for shoulder buttons, I'm going to want to take off to clean. Looks like it's just one screw. I think this is a T6 that I have. I don't remember. Yes, it's a T6. Put those shoulder button screws right there. Now will this just pop off? Ooh, yes it does. Okay, cool. It looks like the motor assembly kind of came with it. It kind of nestles in there. Ooh, look at that. I see some fuzzies. See what we got here. That's a sign of water damage. Hell yeah. Let's get it under the microscope. This is the water damage I'm talking about now. Ooh, baby. That might do it. That might be why it doesn't turn or doesn't stay powered on. Let me get that cleaned off. There are a couple other spots on this main board. Kind of probe around, like right there. There's a crunchy. There's a little bit right there. I think I spotted some down here. Let me get the small spots first and just kind of check it out. I might have to solder to this. I just don't want to desolder these wires if I don't have to. We'll see. Should be able to sort of remount it and keep it stable. Okay, subboard's in my way. This D-pad, going for cleaning. I have to be careful how I clean those, they're metal. There's a little bit right there. Okay, that looked like it rubbed off nicely. Here's one right here. The end of this capacitor doesn't look really nice. Not nice at all. Look at that. Should probably make sure that's still connected. I wonder if that's ground side. Because it looks like the end cap just kind of gotten eaten away. It might still be fine. Or maybe that's just the color of it because of a little bit of corrosion. Let me check. Meter on continuity. I'm going to just test it against the ground. Oh, I need to get my needle probes back on this thing. I was testing some 12 volt and I didn't want to fry my needles. Or myself. So that's not the ground side of the capacitor. It goes straight into those two vias. Let me scrape away a little bit of that solder mask. And there's a pretty concerning component down there. Or maybe, is there like sort of a less invasive way that's not scraping away solder mask? I don't necessarily like doing that if I don't have to. If it goes into like a dual via on the other side, so I need to sort of do this away from such a low space. I think it goes to these two vias right above this pad. But it looks like they just terminate there, so they must connect to an inner trace. I don't necessarily like doing what I'm about to do, but this is sort of the best method, without knowing where this circuit goes, of finding out if this connection is solid. I don't need that much, just a little bit of copper. Let me get my Elder Needle probe on. Actually, I might be okay. It's gonna fat probe the one side. Get in contact. Now this is a little resistor, it looks like. It's not looking good. I'll possibly try and touch up these solder points as well. This resistor is kind of in the same spot where it looks like its end cap got eroded away. So I'm going to do the same thing. I should just be able to do a resistance reading across. Just need a little bit of copper to grab onto. I'll grab my other needle probe. I'm going to set it on resistance. I should be able to detect a resistance across the resistor. Ooh, there's a goober on my needles. I deposited it on the board. Where am I? This actually is not a very accurate test because this might be connecting to like a different part of the circuit, so this might be an abnormally high resistance. 62 kiloohms, which is kind of a lot. Let me see if I can get any contact with the other side of this resistor. I'm in a really bad angle for that. Where are we? Here we are. Now it's a bit hard to tell if I'm actually hitting the resistor or the solder going into the resistor. So I think what I just need to do is reflow everything over here and just see if I see shimmering. Thankfully, I got my new tip in, so I can use that. Actually, I should probably go with a micro tip. Take out my precision, because these are really small. And if that resistor is popped, oof, I'm going to probably have to remove it off my good board to see what the value is. Should be able to clamp this board in. There we go. Should be able to get a really good view on everything now. That's the resistor. I mean, it's still there. Those solder joints don't look really good, though. So hopefully I can change that. I was also going to run across this capacitor as well. And I mean, those aren't looking super hot either. Okay, a little unwieldy. Might be a bit too much solder on the left tip. Okay, it looks like it's still there. That's good. I know this board can take a lot of heat, especially on the ground pads. So I'm going to try and be... Thankfully, at least this side of the capacitor is a data. I am going to add a lot more solder to this big chunker, though. It's a little bit of an awkward angle for me, so I'm going to need to sort of adjust. Here it is. Now I'll have to inspect my work once I get all this flux removed. I almost don't think this iron's not hot enough. Like, this might be one I need my big iron for. I mean, solder is sticking to it, but it's solidifying really quick. I think I need... I wonder if I have my small spade out. I do. Okay, I'm gonna try that. So I definitely had this problem doing thumbsticks. Taking out the old thumbsticks. I couldn't even do it with my desolder gun. I just couldn't get the board hot enough, so I had to co-opt that with some hot air. Like, I had to hot air the board while I was solder sucking because my poor solder sucker just couldn't heat those ground planes up enough to solidify the solder. That's a little better. Try and see if I can just sort of like touch these little guys. Oh no. I'm not really liking how that resistor's looking. Not at all. I'll clean it off and hopefully that's all it needs. Just gonna kind of touch the ends of these components. Ooh, that one soldered nicely. And sort of mixing in flux with all the crap on the board will help clean it off a lot easier. Okay. Can't necessarily see my soldering right there. But I am really worried about this resistor. See if I can do a little more on this capacitor. Okay, it is melting. And I'll address the other parts of the board, but yeah, that resistor really worries me. I really do hope I was able to get a connection to it. I honestly don't know. This capacitor I'm not worried about. I mean, that solder job doesn't look that great, but I can maybe touch it up if it bothers me. Go a little hotter, maybe even go with my different tip if I need to just really pump some heat into the board. This. I mean, it actually looks okay. It's a little hard to tell. It might be a little damaged from the corrosion. I might have to blow up my camera feed on my main monitor. I can see a little closer. It's glistening. That's a good sign. But then I do that, like, you can see just that, like, brown part. I wonder, did I even just take it off with my cotton swab? I don't know. Maybe it's grabbing an end of that resistor, but it looks like the top portion of that resistor is just, like, completely gone. Let me look. Ooh, I mean, sort of my guess was right that the little top cap is gone. But the way that solder blob is sitting, it does look like it's making a connection. The best thing I have right now is a reference. So let me reference the resistance values of my console. I'm going to have to be a little careful. I don't want to get these screws mixed. And I kind of have to do this on my lap. I've disassembled this console a few times, so it'll come apart easy. I'm not so much worried about damaging it, so to speak. I mean, I should be able to even rotate the thumbsticks off pretty easy. I've had to change the thumbsticks on these consoles twice. The first batch of thumbsticks I got, just normal potentiometers. And yeah, this one has the remnants of a sticker over this button, which I believed was like your classic warranty sticker. So it's weird that this one didn't have it. Okay. Have all all the screws out, I think. So the assembly should just pop off. There it comes. Problem is I'm looking at the other side of the board. Get parts set aside here. Okay, I will have to get the board off. So I need my T6. Like, realistically, I should probably take that resistor off and inspect it, but if I have a solder joint connected on it, that would be a bit redundant. And I don't necessarily want to if I don't have to. Oh, I need to take off these little wires. Oh, I don't need to necessarily take the thumbsticks off. I don't have to screw them off. Okay, that's actually good to know. Unless I'm replacing the thumbsticks, then yeah, I'll have to screw them off, but even just for like preliminary, or just sort of taking the motherboard out, I don't necessarily have to do that. I wonder if this is a different revision, because my shoulder buttons jut out quite a bit. They're both Series 2 Pro controllers. But I have to remove this post on mine in order to get the motherboard out. It's not that hard, but it's like wedged in there pretty good. Oh, and it's also sort of like capped on one side. I kind of mean, it's like almost looks like a rivet. Headphone jack. I should be able to kind of pivot this out. I wonder if I need to remove the, I might have to desolder it. Oh, there's another post down here. Let's see. It's a lot more cumbersome than I remember. I don't know what it's stuck on. Oh, I do need to twist it off. At least my right one. At least the right thumbstick. Oh yeah, this comes off a lot easier. I only hand tightened them because, I mean, that has kind of come back to bite me in a way, but I think it's just the way the thumbstick's going through the through hole of the frame and the motherboard is what makes it a little difficult to do. One, two, three screws. Okay, are we good to pop out now? Missing anything? One more screw. Hopefully this differences in shoulder buttons doesn't imply a completely different revision of this motherboard, because that might make what I'm going to try and do very difficult. Oh, the rumble motor kind of fell off. I'm gonna have to resolder that anyway. Oopsie. I mean, I'm kind of breaking my controller. Buttons are falling out. I mean, I guess if there was ever a time to clean this stuff, it's now, so I could put it all in my cleaning pile. Make sure I don't lose anything. I haven't cleaned this controller since I got it, so I mean, now's a good time. I'm just gonna have to make sure I separate the batches. The piece for the shoulder button. Is the other piece for the shoulder button right here? Yes, that little, like, piece of plastic. Okay, the baseboard I don't need. I need to look at the other board. I will have to remove this thumbstick because it will be in the way. So let me get a base reading across the resistor, just to the pad I made. Or the pad I exposed. This will be a little awkward. So it's this guy. Looks like they're kind of all in series. Oh, I'm on continuity. Not helpful. One 112-ish kiloohms-ish. I don't know why the number climbs. And here is mine. Should have the same resistor assembly. I hope. There it is. And obviously uncorroded, thankfully. Where am I at? Right here. 27. Now that could be other faults in the circuit. Like there is a lot more corrosion on this board. But that is sort of a not very comfy sign here. Put this aside. I mean, there's even some... Is that rust? Or maybe that's just goober? What I don't know is if that's actually connected to, like, the bottom piece of the resistor. It does kind of look like it is. Like, it's hanging on with a prayer. But if that resistor is fully compromised... I don't want to remove it if I don't have to. I'm going to sit on it and just say it's probably okay. Everything else looks okay. I'm going to have to clean it up a lot better. I'm not really too worried about that because I'm going to be probably flooding this thumbstick with rubbing alcohol. So let me go just carefully inspect the rest of the board. That looks like there's no damage associated with that or that. Just kind of go across everything I can see. That's a fuse, I think. I'll leave the big corrosion for last because that one should be the easiest to deal with. Perhaps. Assuming that those legs are still there on that chip. I think that's not even the big stuff. The big stuff's over here. Is there any tiny components in there? Yeah, there's that little feller. But I mean, all of these look, I can still see metal and contact points. Like, it's not like that resistor that was just black. Or that capacitor that looked dull. Ew, I don't want to know what that is. Just sort of doing just like a gross component inspection. I think it's pretty good on this side. So let me focus over here. I'm a little worried about this chip, but I think it's okay. Like, what I can do is always flood everything in flux. I should be able to heat this board with my hot air. Try and get all those solder points to reflow. Without hopefully melting this connector over here. And mixing in the flux, even though the flux is a little obnoxious to deal with, it's easier to deal with than corrosion. I like that plan. So I just need to set up here a little. So what I'm wanting to do is mainly this chip over here and this chip right there. I need to put in like a bit of shielding for this plastic plug so I don't melt it. Thinking. That's not a bad idea. Do I have anything closer? Might be able to use my little metal spudger just to sort of. We'll just see how it works. Gonna act as like a heat sink so I'm not hitting it directly. But I also don't want to touch the plug directly because this thing's probably gonna get warm. I was thinking of maybe like grabbing a quarter, but that should do. Just gonna bake everything in flux, like really goober it on. I'm gonna kind of have to use my camera as reference to see when stuff's flowing. Hopefully it won't be in my way of my air gun. Have it on 300 degree or 300 temperature units. I actually don't know what units it's in. I think it might be Fahrenheit. But assuming these are like light data traces, they should solidify pretty easily. But again, this board does suck in a lot of heat. I'm probably going to be looking to that big fat capacitor right there on the bottom. When that thing solidifies, everything should be nice and hot enough. Let me get my camera out of my way. Not slide it out of my mount again. Hold on. Just gonna lift it up. Since it cooled down probably a touch, I'm just gonna take this opportunity to put in more flex. Because I know how to clean flux off. I'm just having it as a means of... Let's go up a little hotter, 350. I know this board drinks heat very, very efficiently. I'm focusing on that little chip. And things are starting to liquefy. My target chip isn't. Oh, little buddy, I wonder if you have like a ground pad underneath you. 5 more seconds. Okay. I'll try and see if I can get in there with my iron. I don't know how well everything's solidified in that moment. It's a little hard to tell. There's a bit of a tight space with this big iron. Wow. That's my iron. 350? Should be doing really good. There we go. Give me a little bit of flux. Man, this is tight. Okay, I did touch them all. I'm pretty sure they all melted. See how my little apparatus fared. Other than getting a little bit of a solidified flux on it, I think it did good. It didn't melt my plug. Hell yeah. Now this is going to require a little more manual work. Can't just heat everything up and re-solidify solder. Now I'm going to pretty much guarantee that none of the solder joints on that plug are good. Ooh, that resistor down there is a little shiny. Okay, it's still very shiny. I'm just going to reflow everything there. Can I heat it from the back without damaging anything? I mean, do I want to cheat again? I mean, I don't want to melt any of that stuff, so I won't cheat. At least these are much bigger pieces. Definitely want to get both of these, like, diodes, I think. I don't know what CR is or stands for. I'm just gonna goober all of this up. I'll dunk this in rubbing alcohol if I need to get rid of all this flux. It'll be a pain, because this flux kind of hardens up like sap. I think it's like a resin almost. I also can't see it, so I gotta kind of warm it up. To be honest, I actually don't even know if I'm heating that tip up. That little pin. I think it did. Solder grabbed onto it. Takes a second to warm it up. Good lord. Yeah, I saw solder stuck to it. I might have to make my iron a little hotter. Let's put 375. And this is Celsius. I know that. It says on them. I'm going in with a lot of solder. I just want to make sure that these are making really just solid connections in here. And also enough to transfer heat. Like, you can even tell it's kind of struggling. A little too much solder there. Not enough solder on this pin. The heck? Yeah, it's weird. I wonder if this pin's ground, because I need to kind of target it specifically. Going at a bit of an angle. Don't want to melt this plug. Oh, I mean, that's not exactly the result I want. But I mean, if it helps heat the pad and get some solder on it, I think, okay, that looks good. And you could argue that's too much solder, but I mean, I'll take it. Diodes touched. I think these are diodes. I'm not actually sure. They kind of look like one. I don't know what the CR labeling is for. Okay, I think that's good. So I want to let this board cool down a little, and then I'm just going to attack it with a brush and a more rubbing alcohol than you could throw a stick at. I just don't want to dunk alcohol on it because I heated this board up pretty... I mean, it's already cool. It's pretty impressive. I don't need my microscope right now. So aside from that resistor, I think this board's okay. The major corrosion around this plug seems to have cleared up pretty quickly and somewhat easily. So now it's just going to be just getting this thing cleaned. Now I know that my rubbing alcohol will eat away at some of this flux, so I kind of want to get it all started. Just dribble rubbing alcohol every once in a while on it. I'll keep my main controller apart. Keep it as a reference, just in case I need it. There we go, I wanted to place this board flat. Did I get any on my tool? Yes, I did. A little bit on the edge here. Worked as a good heat shield. Get the large amount of flux off before I go scrubbing at it. Get these thumbsticks cooking too. So the first thing I'm going to want to do is plug this into my controller with a good battery. I know the battery's good. I could even borrow this board off of my console. I didn't actually look at this board too closely, but there's a little bit down here. But I don't see anything like component level bad. I'm just going to keep sort of drowning this and rubbing alcohol. I can look at this in the meantime. I guess I can clamp it down here. Like, that ain't good, but there's no components there. Oh, I wonder if hopefully there wasn't resistor there. I doubt U1 vanished. And I doubt that resistor just vanished. Let me cross-reference. Nope, there's no components there. Okay, that's good. So that meant, or that's sort of meant to look like that. I might need to peel up this membrane. If anything sort of wicked under there. I would definitely have D-pad problems if that were the case. I don't know how easy it is to take this up. About as easy as a sticker. I'd be using a lot of rubbing alcohol. Ooh. Okay, it looks fine under there. I don't want to take that off if I don't have to. I don't know how well that membrane goes back on. So let's keep working on the main board. Shake off some of the rubbing alcohol. Because what I'm going to want to do is isolate this board. So basically, I'm going to plug all my good components into this board just to make sure that there's nothing else I'm missing that's obvious. I don't think there is. I think if there were pins on this connector that were desoldered because of the corrosion, that would cause an issue. If that resistor went bad, and I do need to maybe verify that everything is those pins aren't bridging against each other unintentionally. I did add quite a bit of solder on it. Grab more alcohol. I'm gonna be using a lot. Maybe just baptizing this thing. Because my flux will dissolve in rubbing alcohol, but it can sometimes be pretty robust against it if it hardens up really good. If I heat it too much, it just, like I said, becomes just a resin or like a sap. So as long as I can kind of disturb it and keep it I wonder how that little chip fared. I think it was this little fella right here. Looks okay from up here. And over here was where I worked on that resistor, so I'm still a little worried about that resistor. Yeah, some flux hardened over here. Kind of see it sort of like raised. It's interesting. Some of the plating off of these like pogo connectors is eroding away. Or maybe that's how they... I wonder if that's how they look. That looks a little unnatural. But it's weird that they're not like corroded. Because I didn't clean them and they looked fine. Let me check my board. No, they are most certainly not supposed to look like that. I know what that is. Here's my board by comparison. The pogo pins are nice and like solid. Oh, I mean, okay. They are kind of chipping away a little. And that shouldn't really impact anything, I don't think. As long as they're making contact. They're nice and shiny. Still. Kind of want to look down in this connector just to make sure I'm not Well, I'm going to be missing a lot of flux because it probably worked its way under there. I'll just have to check contacts with it before I do anything crazy, like putting power to it. I can try and flush it out a little. Gives this USB connector or it's not a USB connector, it's the bottom connector for accessories. Gives it a little bit of a cleaning. I'm probably screwing up the stickers that are back here. Like there's some flux working its way around. It's all kind of dissolving, so it should sop up pretty easily. I don't care if it's no clean, I want it all off. I think definitely the best way to do this is to take off these gray wires, which I think I'm going to do. It's for the rumble motors and the trigger, which I don't care about. I mean, I could unroute them, I think. Oh, okay, that wasn't that bad. There was a little bit of adhesive left from that pad on the front plate. Oh, that's beautiful. I should have done this way sooner. Alright, my motherboard, you're about to get cleaned. Okay, there's still some flux up here I can see. It's just gonna, yeah, this is just gonna take a while. I wonder if I can determine the resistance value of that resistor if it is not making a connection by sort of taking the difference between the resistance measurements on this board and the resistance measurement on that other board. And I can maybe see if I have like a spare kicking around. I don't know if I have anything this small. A little foam pad. I think just over here, just some flux worked its way around the board. I was just dumping it on. Just fine, it cleans off. I'm not worried about that. Especially out of these, like, antenna connectors. Or there may not even be antenna. I actually don't know what they're for. But it's kind of the same, similar style of connector for antennas. Make sure there's no flux packed in there. Okay. I'm gonna get a new paper towel. And the one I'm working on is just dripping wet. I mean, I'm not too concerned about the sticker. Maybe see if I can get some... Like, I can replace this with Kapton tape. I think I will. Just get rid of it. Now, I know when I did thumbsticks, I had to be very careful with these little pogo pins because they melt very... Well, they don't melt, they desolder very easily. And you kind of need those to be lined up. I figured that out when they started drifting away on me. I'm like, ooh. There's some flux still on that little cluster of components. Anything else? There's a little bit down there on this component U16. Anywhere else? A little bit right there. I think it might have been maybe a little solder or a wad of fibers from a Q-tip as well. Now I did notice this spot around. I kind of want to look at it a little closer. It almost looks like corrosion may have eaten under there, under the solder mask, which would be a little... It'd be unusual for it to happen right there. I guess I don't really understand why that type of damage didn't show up on other parts of the board. If it is damage, it could just be weird discoloring, and I'll reference my board. Where was it? Right there. It's on a ground plane, it looks like. My board does not have discoloring in that area. But I mean, I can quickly check that with continuity between one of those resistor, or that resistor right above DB36 and pretty much any component downstream of it. Or upstream, however this works. I was thinking of maybe just plopping right there. Oh, that's not connected to that plane, okay. I mean, it's connected. I really don't know what, like... Oh, it's scratching off, okay. Maybe it's just because I can't get a Q-tip in that tiny confined space. I was worried corrosion got underneath the solder mask because it just had a weird color to it. See if I can sort of target clean it. I mean, it is a little more resistant. Plastic pry tool. See if I can find a sharp one. Just see if I can, like, disturb it enough that I can mop it up. I don't know if this is sharp enough. Go dental pick. Being very gentle, so I shouldn't be scratching away any solder mask. Just try that. See. Wonder if it's like factory flux or something. Using a blunter end of my dental pick. Uh-oh. Yeah, I think corrosion did get underneath the solder mask. So I think my original assessment was correct. It definitely had that color like it was. I don't think that's a problem. Not good to look at. I mean, I could just put Kapton tape over it. Let me go in and probe that leg on that chip. Make sure it's connected to this plane. My guess is this sort of corrosion got only underneath the solder mask. It doesn't look like it's eaten away the copper. I might have to kind of pick it all away just to make sure. Okay, I'm still in continuity. Let's see. This leg will be a little hard to hit. Should be able to touch the top of it and then... Yep, it's all connected. It's just... maybe just a touch of corrosion got underneath. I don't think I need to pick it away too much. I don't want to damage the board unnecessarily. It kind of looks like maybe a little bit got elsewhere too. Like especially these dark spots. Will it flake away if I kind of pick at it a little? The best method that I can do is just keep testing continuity between different points. It doesn't look bad enough that I think it's like going to cut continuity between points, but there's still some flux over here I gotta get rid of. Those 2 points are still connected. Those 2 points are still connected. So that's all still connected. That's flux. Ooh, that devilish little flux. Okay, I did want to check the connector just to probe all these to make sure I didn't get any bridges deep underneath these joints. And I can also poke them too. That second to the last one really was just soaking it in. I mean, look at the size of that trace coming out of it. That's probably why. It looks on there pretty good. Weird how high the pads are from the, or how high the legs are from the board. Oh, this one on the end is a ground pin. So this is just like a fat power, maybe, perhaps? A little uncertain whether or not it's connected. It is. Okay. Seems to be fine. Aside from some more flux under there. Alright, so let me get everything kind of inspected again. Kind of see where I stand. I am really worried about this resistor over here. That little feller. It does look like it's holding on, but for dear life, perhaps. I'm going to try and probe it, actually. It really does look like it's holding on to it. Like, now that I look at it now, maybe it was just dirty. Is that end cap still on there? It's really hard to tell. Where is it? Where are my probes? Okay, here they are. Is there any part of this resistor that still has a conductive point on it? I'm on resistance. Oh my gosh. Okay. I wasn't on continuity. I was listening for a beep that wasn't there. It does look like this upper, like the end cap on the top is just gone. And I mean, I do get something, so maybe at like the very end where that solder joint is connected, it's possible that's where the resistor is connected, but I am not certain about that. I would not be surprised if this is a problem. Can I rub it off a little? Maybe. Maybe it's just holding on. It's hard to say. Okay, I think I'm just gonna test it as is. Everything should be nice and dry. It's 99 or 91% rubbing alcohol, so it should dry off pretty quickly. So before I get too far, let me just sort of do both tests at once. Mainly because I don't want to mush this connector into this connector on my console. Only because I think there might still be some flux in it, and I don't want to dirty that console unnecessarily. I do not need this currently. And then I'm going to put it in my controller with a known good battery. See what it does. I won't have any of the face buttons. Which might be somewhat of a problem. Let me look at my main board, see kind of what the power button I think is a physical button. I might be pressing it together enough for it to turn on. Oh. It's probably not making good contact, why it's just immediately shutting off. Let me take off my paddles. I am not used to setting these shoulder buttons in when there's no button attached to them. I can't really use them as a reference. But I think it should be something kind of like that. I mean, I not necessarily need to fit this together for it to work. I just need to know if it will turn on, connect to my PC, and register an input. That's sort of the base level testing I need to do. And I think because nothing's screwed in, it's having a hard time making contact with the pogo pins on the battery. I might be able to put in a couple screws. Memory serves, it was down here. Down here. Okay. Should at least help with the motherboard staying together. I mean, if I want to do a serious test, I should probably put a couple big screws in it. T10, no, I think they were T8. Ooh, that's cinched down really nicely. Okay, it's not pinching those cables, thankfully, but this should help it make really good contact with that battery. Okay. Okay, it's staying on. Let's see if it will connect, or if it's connecting to my PC. It's going to be a little hard for me to tell. Oh, it says it's connected. Oh, hang on. Oh, it disconnected. That might be a... Did I thumb out of my gamepad tester? Yes, I did. Look at that. So, okay, I can't test these other buttons because they're like membrane on copper, or on carbon pads. But by golly, I think we're good. I think I got it. I am still concerned about that resistor, but I mean, and maybe also the original battery. I might be able to slot. Yeah. Very pleased. So I'm good. Test is confirmed that both of the main boards are good. The battery is still an unknown, but I mean, it took a charge and the console did power up. So that's telling me that it's fine. It might be just dead. Okay, let's get this back apart. I do want to show me disassembling that just for my sort of sanity, so I know where screws go, because I've never taken that piece apart. I don't know what I'm going to do about the cracks. I can probably put UV glue in there because, I mean, at the end of the day, the rubber is keeping it together, which is kind of miraculous. That's just kind of how that worked out. But yeah, it's just completely cracked. And since the rubber is keeping it together, I can just reinforce the crack with UV glue, and it should go together pretty nicely. So let me get this back to my original console, which is in pieces. Poor thing. And I mean, I want to cover this with Kapton tape, put these little foam pads back. There's nothing on here I really need to clean anymore. I may just take everything apart and just give everything another brushing, get like the USB-C port brushed out. I don't think I think I'll do that off screen. There's no real point in viewing that. But I do want to make sure I just get everything back. everything I take apart, make sure it goes back to where it belongs. And maybe if I'm feeling bold enough while I wait for shell pieces to dry, I'll measure the screws. Because there's not that many. I think there's only 2 types of screws. So it'll be easy. I'm very pleased. A little bit of surface corrosion, probably ate away a couple contact points on some components. And I mean, theoretically, I could probably clean this piece as well, this plastic piece. I don't really think I need to. I think it looks fine. I could probably just... I don't see any goop, any finger goo, so I think I'll spare it. I took this apart without a real plan here. What was me? Let me get this over here. Just get those right there. This thumb piece needs to go in my cleaning box. I mean, I'll wash these off too. A little worried about metal pieces, so I'm just gonna have to quick dry them. I might just wash this just for the hell of it. There isn't any electrical components in it. I think there's a magnet. I'm just gonna have to dry this off really good. Okay, so I think I need another space to put screws, because these might be different screws. I'm going to put them up here in this tray for future reference. So we have these little, really small Torx. Let me get out my kit. I mean, my security only goes down to T5. These aren't security. That's a T4. Ooh, that's a tiny little recess. Don't really like that angle I'm going at. Grab my calipers. So these tiny motherboard screws are 4.27 millimeters, 4.36, functionally the same length. Looks like they just kind of slide off. Okay, cool. Same little button types. They have like little switches on them. I want to be very careful with those. I'm going to assume they're the same screws on this side. They are kind of keyed. Thankfully. Yeah, I definitely think I should remove the battery first before doing this. Only because it's in the way of these 2 pieces. Okay, I need to get these DSi Excel batteries out of the way. I need this other recess. Put them up here. The battery is going to be probably a T6. Yes, it is. Okay. Ugh. I think I might omit removing the shoulder button, like, adjustment screws. I don't think... Well, I might take them off, just for completeness. There it is. Look at that. just pop off. Oh yeah, look at that. Almost looks like, and then there's this sort of like adapter piece. I don't know if these magnets come out. Oh, and then there's this adapter piece. I don't know if these magnets fall out. Hope not. But now I have a feeling like this assembly might be a little complicated, so I'm just going to get kind of close on it. This is for these shoulder button adjustments. They are also T6. They are on there very good. I actually don't think I can take those off. Oh, okay, there we go. I thought I was like stripping my bit, like just the way it felt, but oh, it's tensioned. Okay, it has a spring on it. Okay, that's good to know. Ooh, this is a wacky screw and a spring. Okay, I'll set that over here. And I'm just gonna lift out this plastic bit. Try and get a really good visual of it. Okay, I guess I can't. Oh, because there's a lip here on the left-hand side. Is there a way I can sort of rotate it past the lip? Or not the left-hand side, the right-hand side, you can kind of see it. There has to be a way to take this off. Ooh, I don't want those. Yeah, it like wants to lift out, but this little tiny tab here on the side isn't letting it. I almost just need to see if there's any metal in it. That's really all I need to know. Okay, so that little black through piece is for the actual, like, nub. Okay, these are for the back buttons. Okay, I have all 4 of them. Those will be washed. I think I might just have to leave them as is. I don't know how to take this out without, like, wrenching on it, and I really don't want to do that. I don't think it's necessary. Oh, okay, here we are. I just sort of lever it out. Nice. Okay, same thing on this side. These things are in here really good. I don't know if this T6 that I have is strong enough. Kind of a cheapo Chinese brand. I might have to break out something a little more durable so I don't destroy this bit or the screw. Yeah, just like lever, or just sort of take it out this way, it looks like. Seems to be the easiest. Yeah, almost like if you go in at this angle, I'm gonna like practice putting it back in. Like the goal is to get it under that lip first and get the little nub in its recess. It's a tiny bit easier said than done. If you get the nub in its recess, okay, it almost just slides together once you get this piece in. Absolutely perfect. All right. So I need to get that all cleaned. I almost hate leaving my personal controller left apart, but I need to just keep it for reference. I might be able to... No, I can't. I'm like, I might be able to stick it together enough to charge the battery, but that would mean swapping out the battery. I think the battery is fine. I think it just needs a charge. It's like visual... It passes a visual inspection. Like, I don't see anything wrong with it, but... Whew. I think I'll give the motherboard a little bit more cleaning. And then maybe Well, I'm going to scrub all the plastics. Give maybe the motherboard a little more scrubbing. See if there's any flux I missed, like these sort of weird discoloring around like these components. This is mostly normal, or at least I see this. I think this is like remnants of factory flux or something. It's definitely not related to the water damage. But I can get things like around this stick recess. Maybe even dunk some alcohol in these buttons and press them a few times. Things like that. Nothing too crazy interesting, but I'll have to put this back together later once that all dries and see if it works. Maybe play a game or two. I'm very excited. Okay, so I got it cleaned and I got it back together. What I ended up doing is I needed to replace that one resistor. I just kept probing it, comparing it with mine, and just something about it was wrong. Like, I need to grab the paddles. And the resistance values were off by about 60k ohms, which is extremely significant for what it would be. I don't exactly know what part of the circuit it is, but sort of speaking it over with AI, it guesses it's part of one of these input circuits. So what I ended up doing is taking the resistor off. I verified that the cap on the end of that resistor was just gone. It wasn't connected to anything. The corrosion just ate it completely off. So what I ended up doing is grabbing one of my DSi XL junk boards and trying to hunt down a resistor of about that same value as my main console, which was about 47-ish K resistance. The closest thing I could find was 55K resistance of that size. It ended up being actually a little bigger than the one that I removed, but from what AI is telling me, it should be okay, but I'm just going to have to test it in real life scenario to see if that's actually a significant difference. If it's unnoticeable or even like benign, perfect. But I really won't know until I test it. I checked all the resistors on those DSi XL junk boards, so that was really my only option that I had available to me. I obviously can't just bridge it with a wire. It needs to be a resistance. And I mean, let me actually check something. I do have through-hole resistors. The key problem is they're giant, relatively speaking. Yeah, and I'm not even going to look at them. They're just way too big. I would have to order a resistor online, which is expensive. So what I want to do is I'm going to bring up the gamepad tester again. And I just want to test inputs here. I mean, this isn't exactly going to be the easiest method here. Let me just see kind of how I can hold it and make it visible at the same time. Okay, well, first, see if it'll power on. And connect. It's currently connected to my PC, so I think I can zoom it in on this end. Okay, I can. So let me do an input. Oh, I think it's because, yeah, I need the gamepad tester to be my active window in order for it to detect it. Okay, let's see. So it looks like my sticks are a little off. I mean, they feel pretty good and they go to all of their axes. Now this feels awful because I don't have the faceplate on. The faceplate sort of inhibits how far you can actually turn these. I should actually pop the faceplate on. It's currently on my black console, so this is kind of a weird hybrid. black, white. I mean, that doesn't look that bad. All right, so let's look at that again. Yeah, that feels really good. No apparent drift. Like, they're drifting a little, but that should be... I'm understanding this to be very benign. That shouldn't be registered in games. Let me do test vibration. Oh. It doesn't tell me what's vibrating. I think actually, let me check. I think Xbox has an accessories. I'm remembering this. That won't help. It currently sees it as like not a pro controller, so I need to sort of... It should see it as a pro controller. Let me reset the controller. I actually don't know what that little orange light means. I'm gonna have to look that up. Okay. Anyway, I'll just continue with the button test. So A, B, Y, X. Okay, the rear paddles are A, B, Y, X as well. And, I mean, every input is working. And that input has to work. Ooh, this button doesn't feel right. I know when I put the membrane in it, like... It might be stuck. Maybe it's stuck holding this button down. Maybe that's why there's an orange light. I'm gonna have to do additional research, and I'm also just gonna have to play games with it to really see kind of how it feels. If there's anything weird, I'll definitely be keeping an eye out just in case that resistor has a weird quirk about it. I'll have to figure out why that button is kind of jammed, but I'm taking this thing off anyway. I mean, I need to take it off anyway, so I might as well do it right now. Because I want to get the original shell back on so I can see if I can actually repair it. I'm going to get it UV glued along the cracks. And I'll just see how that does. If it doesn't work... I don't know yet. I won't decide what I'm going to do. Because I probably can get housings for these controllers, but... But I mean, if the housing is good enough... Let me turn it off. What on earth was that? Oh, I know exactly what that was. It was this little, spacer thing. I didn't know those things could pop off. There we go. Huh. Oh, interesting. Okay, so this should just slot back on. There it goes. Sweet. I guess that's not useful anymore. Yeah, when I put this button on, it didn't feel right when I was sticking the membrane in, so I'm guessing just entirely possible I put this one in wrong. Oh well. Anyway, get the housing fixed, put it in its original shell. I'll probably play it for a couple days and just kind of see how it is, if I spot anything weird with it. Well, it's in pieces again. So, some developments. I did find, actually, the correct resistor to replace the one that was bad. I guess I can blow that up because, I mean, it is tiny, tiny, tiny. So the one this is about a 47k ohm resistor that was on there compared to my good board. And so I scoured through my junk PCBs that I had. There it is right there. Well, my junk PCBs, which I guess first of all ended up being some DSi XL motherboards. So it's that big fella right there in the middle. I checked my DSi XL motherboards, and the closest I could find was a 55k ohm resistor. AI told me that that would be fine. It wasn't, naturally. What would happen is I would get a flashing amber light, which I remember it AI kind of told me what these lights may represent. In practicality, what it meant is not only was there just an amber flashing light, which I think is low battery. I think, if memory serves, that's what it was. And when I put it on the charging pedestal, it wouldn't charge. Like the little wireless... Let me grab it. The little, like, wireless... Well, not wireless, but the little charging station. I would place it on there and it wouldn't charge. That's a problem. So if it's reporting a low battery and I can't charge it, well, I think I could charge it over USB-C, but that would be annoying. I really like the little charging docks, and plus, that's basically a functionality lost. And a repair is aimed to bring back functionality, not strip it of more functionality just to make it work. So that little resistor right there, that really little tiny, well, it's actually a lot bigger than the resistor I replaced it with, is exactly a 47 ohm resistor. And I found it on a PCB that I had kicking around of an old, like, camera built for, like, children. Like a really small, like, I wouldn't say rudimentary for the technology, just like a cheap child camera that I yanked a USB connector off of to replace on one of my capture cards. And it just so happened, like, it had kind of every resistor under the sun. It had everywhere from 99k ohms to essentially 5 ohm. And then I found one. This will be a little hard to show. I try and blindly probe. Oh. So used to jumping over the continuity that I didn't even realize I wanted resistance. Well, currently it's reading 29, but it goes up. And when I read it in circuit, it went up to 47. I don't actually know why it does this. Because I don't think that PCB had it. I think I removed the battery. Did I? No, the battery is still in it. So it's not, like, quote unquote energized, I think. I should actually check that really quick. Measure resist. Since I'm measuring it in circuit, it means I'm pretty much charging anything. Oh, it charges the capacitor. Okay, that's kind of what I thought. But it is 47. I measured it out of circuit. And I'm not going to sit here and charge a capacitor. It is connected on both ends, and because when that resistor is gone, it measures like 110 or 111 k ohm resistance. Which, when I removed it, because I just needed to know what would happen without it, without like the board being actively water damaged. Let me see what my notes were on that. It had to have been here-ish. When I removed the resistor, the amber light disappeared. It looks like I didn't do too much testing after that. It's possible it still wouldn't charge on the charging station, but I didn't exactly test super far. The problem I'm having with this motherboard now is it doesn't connect. I should say, it does connect to my PC. It's recognized as an Xbox controller, not an Xbox Elite controller. My known good board is recognized as an Elite controller. So there's some type of communication breakage. For some reason, it's not sending it's not sending the correct packages to my PC, or maybe it can't receive the correct packages from my PC. And this is co-opted with a steady white blinking light in the there was like the little notification LED, which is this little guy right here, I think. Yeah, it would be right there. Steady blinking white light, which is some type of like initialization failure. So there is something still wrong with this board. I have a very strong suspicion it's in this cluster of components right here next to the plug. I did scrape away there are parts that are a little concerning. I was scraping away at them with a knife just to see if there's anything bad under them, but there is just raw copper. So I think something is wrong. Like, something in here is wrong. Be it a broken connection, maybe corrosion actually did eat away at it, or it's just something else entirely. I'm not sure. Hopefully it's not a failed component, because those are not hard to replace, I should say, but significantly more difficult to deal with if I don't have the parts on hand, which I don't. I don't have any parts for this thing, so I have to... Really, all I need to do now is just some mindless resistance probing, because hopefully it doesn't get to the part to where I need to do voltage testing, because the way this is set up, I would have to sort of connect, or when I put the hat on for this connector, it covers everything here. I mean, when I put this big blue PCB, it would be sitting like this, and that would be well over everything I wanted to test, and there's really no way I could jam probes in there. So I would have to probably solder wires on so I can have it just sort of open like this. Somehow connect it, probably tape it down to the battery contacts, and then just hope that I can get voltage readings. Hopefully it doesn't get to that. I hope I can get a pretty good idea just based on some random scrubbing. So really what I'm just doing now is I just need to look at all of these like suspicious spots, these like weirdly discolored PCB spots, to see if there's any corrosion. I don't know why the PCBs are like discolored right here. So I just need to make sure if I just scratch it away and there's no copper. That's really what I'm looking for. So right here, there is copper underneath there. Because these are my only like real leads that I have, is just these discolored pieces of PCB. That implies that water damage must have gotten underneath there, so something about it is wrong. I should make sure maybe that this via is okay as well. It's going to be a little hard to trace where it actually goes. So it's like 2 vias and then 1. I need to kind of view this in 3D space. I mean, me looking at it and not through a microscope. The microscope doesn't offer me a 3D look. Oh, and my sewing needle is somewhere. Hopefully I don't need to solder anything, so I'll just... Well, I'll probably need to solder something at a certain point, but... I did somehow misplace my sewing needle. I'm guessing it's stuck to one of these magnetic things. Sort of throwing them around. It'll show up eventually. So we just need a pointer. Where's my pointy one? Here it is. Okay, it's not even... I think it's just connected to ground. So... It's this via right here. On this plane. Is there like a component that I can nab here? Isolated. Well, this may not even be ground. This might just be a plane. I mean, it might be ground. Right there. Okay, it is ground. It's a mounting pin for the... That's the mounting pin for a game, or the thumbstick. So let me do a continuity test. And this is just really what it's going to be. It's just going to be probing. Just trying to find... There has to be a break somewhere. And I did go the route of updating the firmware on the PC, on the controller itself. It was behind. I did update it. That didn't change anything. There are things I could do PC side, but since my good controller connects and works just fine, especially with a white blinking light on this motherboard, it is telling me it's not firmware related on the PC end. Could be firmware related on this, but it updated fine and it's not reporting any issues. So if this part up here is all ground, these two capacitors I think are connected to ground. I can go up against this like proprietary connector. I don't know what type of connector it is. It's like mini HDMI or something. And all this copper is grounding, which is good. It's supposed to. It's on the ground side. This capacitor is not grounding on either side, so that's telling me that U6 is probably okay. I was a little worried about U10. That one had some corrosion about it, but I mean, it looks fine. There are these spots over here that have sort of the... I don't even know if it's like the solder mask is even peeling away. Like maybe just a little bit of water got underneath it and maybe just like bubbled it up. But it's not flaking away in the way that it did right over here with this big copper, exposed copper. Like that was the PCB like flaking away. Or, not the PCB, well, kinda, the solder mask flaking away. Like this stuff's still very much on here, so I don't know exactly like what happened. Like even then, like I'm having to really grind down the solder mask. to even get to it. So it implies that I really can't theorize these being bad. This might even be ground, and a lot of this is on the ground side, which is even more perplexing. It's not, there's no smoking gun, so to speak. Like, aha, it's this corroded via, or aha. Like, I'm attacking this solder mask. I'm not pressing down very hard, because if it does flake away, it'll flake away really easily. I'm attacking the solder mask with a fairly new X-Acto knife. I want to sort of focus more on these vias. I think this is all ground, so it doesn't matter so much. Well, it does matter, but... Clean up all the flex. Yeah, it looks fine. Test the grounding. So what I should focus on is just the components. Like if there's just something critically wrong with like U10. So I'm on my ground pad. That's good. Good, good. So all this is ground. I mean, vias could be a problem, but ground, 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 ground. Actually, that one wasn't ground. I'm probably touching this capacitor. Ground, not ground, not ground. So let me check these vias next to the capacitor, and it's like, because it could be connecting a circuit on the other side to ground, but these ground planes are everywhere on this board. And these boards just drink up heat, so it's a substantial ground plane. I'd be very surprised if there were like isolated components that aren't connected to a ground plane easily. It looks fine. Like, I'm really not finding a problem. So what I need to do is just, again, I just need to do resistance readings against my good board and just see if there's anything unusual, if there's a high reading. Because now that I've replaced that resistor with the correct value, charging capacitors is going to be a bit of a pain. If I have to deal with that, which I probably will. Now that I have the resistor at the right value, there should be ideally no difference between these two boards. So if there is a difference, something's wrong. So U10 is a microscopic component. But let me see. I don't exactly have to probe U10 exactly. I can probe probably a... Like I could probe that capacitor right next to it or that 0 ohm resistor. Which I might do. That's functionally a fuse. Oh. Yeah, that won't work. Should have almost connected this to a battery for a second. Slowing down. $335 k ohms. Oh. Hang on, why are my resistance readings a little off? This is my good board. 15k ohms. Well, I already found something. I need to I just have to make sure. 15k versus... Oh, no, it's about the same. Why was my resistance reading so high? I mean, it is charging. Odd. Okay, I would say those are about fine then. Any resistance across this, it should be basically 0. Okay. I'm just going to keep going around U10 then. So it looks like there's this test point right here that I can go on to. Right here? Yeah, because it should be connected, so let's just do that. That and ground. Oh, 95k ohms. Okay, that's about the same. That other pad down there is ground on U10, so there's the left... I'll just go on the left side of this capacitor, one of these capacitors, or it's like a capacitor, a filter, and a resistor, looks like. $2.2k. Does this mean that U10 is working? I don't think so. Like, I would have to run voltage testing, which I'm trying to avoid doing if I don't have to. Like, I think I already checked everything over here. Yeah. Like, everything that had corrosion or, like, weird bubbling of the PCB, I tried running against each other, but I found no issue. Like, none of the solder joints on these capacitors were eaten away. I think the other one that I had a little concern about was U6, if memory serves. Like, and I reflowed this area. I think I did a fairly good job reflowing it, but let me try just seeing what U6 comes up with. That's ground side, isn't it? Yep, okay, that's ground side. I don't have to do that. So the top left leg, which I'll just use one of these capacitors because that leg is kind of in there. It's like 20k and climbing. 20k and climbing. Go to the bottom of U6, which I'm just going to use this capacitor right here. What am I not touching? Well, we're in mega ohms for some reason. I'll just ignore that for now and go down to test this. It's a very hard component to probe. I'm going to do the fuse. So I want to watch this drop all the way. This is my good board. Should check that fuse to the right, bottom right. Or not the fuse, that little capacitor down there. It looks connected. Gee whiz. I would like to know what this stabilizes at. The legs of component U16 don't look right. Like, it looks like there's some crud in there. I'm gonna abort and check these legs anyway. For first. The first leg is ground. The second and third leg weren't getting a reading. Because it looks like it probably just dunks into a via and farts itself on the other side of the board. Seems fine. Man, I'm really not enjoying having to wait. I do have to be careful not to touch my probe ends. That might be partially my problem. Because I am a big capacitor as well. 6.5 mega ohms, so maybe that's why my readings were a little off. I was touching the probe like an idiot. .3 mega ohms. There's a difference right there. So what would cause it? Is that a resistor right there? This little tiny feller that it goes on its line? Could that be bad? This seems way too random to go bad. Like... Okay, basically nothing. Can barely see it on my... I need to move it up. I can barely see this little this little resistor. This is my good board. That doesn't even look that good. Might have to scrub this board with some rubbing alcohol. And just go from the leg to the end of this resistor if I can't get a good reading on it. Or maybe it has a coating. Come on. Trying to get a good connection to it. It's really hard. Okay, it's basically open as well. Let me just keep probing the rest of these legs before I sort of make the determination right now. So this looks like it's ground. Wonder why it wasn't giving me a ground reading. Maybe it's just like this plane over here. But I really feel like I should attack any differences that I see, which I already did spot a difference. So what I should do is check this pad against ground past the resistor. Nothing. Do the other side of this resistor as a point of contact. Weird. Was I able to get a ground? Must be... Wasn't that strange? I felt like I was getting a resistance reading on this leg. Wonder what I was touching. Oh, false positive. Okay. Let's just keep going then. Like 200 and dropping? 200 and dropping. I'm not going to sit here and watch it. Is fuse good? Or not really a fuse. 0 ohm resistor. Yep. Let me look at my video again to see kind of where all that damage was. If I can give myself any clue as to where it might be. And I have spent a considerable amount of time reflowing all of those pins, adding solder. All of that is good. Like, I get connection all the way through to the end. There is a kind of a concerning looking via right there. How do I even get to this? Oh, it must have just been the light, maybe. It's gonna be a little hard to get a knife. And I think this is ground side, so I don't think it matters. Right? This is ground side? Yeah, it's ground side. And I've already tested these for continuity to see if it was like a chip blown. Okay. Let me see kind of where the damage was. It was pretty extensive, but I mean, it wasn't... Especially in this area, I don't think it was bad enough. Thankfully, I did take time to, like, really look at it. Yeah, U10 had some pretty concerning corrosion on it. I don't want to swap U10 with my good board. I really don't like doing that. I don't want to sacrifice a good board. But even when I wiped it off, the solder joints were still there. So it may have just been some like mineral deposits from the water that was spilt on the board. U9 and U10 had some corrosion about it. U10 especially had some stuff caked on there. Did I get... Okay, I was sort of inspecting the board. There's a little fuse right there that I should check. It is very out of the way. Where was it? Here. Yeah, there's one right down here. I'm pretty sure when it's blue like that, it's a fuse. I would be extremely surprised if this was a problem, because... Yeah, it's fine. Because that had no damage on it. Absolutely none. Just gonna check it on this board. Very small. Can't see. There it is. Yeah, it's fine. That's what I thought. Let me keep looking. You know, I was kind of worried about these, like, pads being corroded away, but I think I I, I almost think this is like more of a riser. It should still be connected, right? It is. It's just like the plate that makes physical contact. This one's not. Oh, there it goes. This one, does it go to here? Where is that one routed to? It's like it just shits itself right in here. Oh, it's like ground. Okay. Yeah, I see it depositing itself right here. Ground. These are for, I think these are for the, this is for the headphone jack, so this is irrelevant. It's not a relevant quote, but like, that is a functionality, but that wouldn't keep that wouldn't keep it from having, or it wouldn't cause Bluetooth issues. Yeah, component. So here I am. I finally got to component U10. It did have some crusties on it. Hang on, I guess I could show it. Window. Oh, well, I'm not. Is VLC blocked from OBS? That's kind of stupid. Oh well, I'm just gonna have to try and describe it. There's corrosion around C130, U10, U6, and then mostly around the plug. The diode, the two diodes, the big capacitor, the plug itself, a tiny bit around the small capacitor. Where is it? Oh, the camera feed on my main monitor blipped out. Need to grab it again. This little capacitor down here. So let me just, I guess, make sure it's still connected. Connected, and this will be ground. So unlike that resistor, it didn't eat away the end caps, and it's still connected to the board. It is making connection from there all the way to this pin, which it shares. I don't think I can test capacitance and circuit. I think that's what you can't exactly do. It would be kind of a nightmare to test this out of circuit. .27? .10. Well, that's a difference, yeah? Need to confirm it. Might be I'm just doing this wrong, so... See if I can find just the better connection point right here in ground. It's giving me different readings every time, and that might be normal. What pin was it? Third pin over? Somewhat inconsistent. My understanding is I can't test that in circuit. Wait, that's ground? Wait, what? What's going on here? Maybe that was always ground? That is ground. Okay. So that's not ground. That's like a plane. And it is connected to the board. So I mean, aside from pulling that out of circuit to try and test capacitance, I really have a hard time believing that. My capacitance readings were way too inaccurate to be correct. And like this fat capacitor right here, I kept bumping with my iron, so I was depositing quite a bit of solder on it. Shouldn't matter, as I did get continuity through it, or not through it, but like over it. And it doesn't have any continuity through it. These diodes I reconnected. Pretty sure these are diodes, I actually don't know. Like 50-ish K, I don't know exactly how much. I'm not gonna wait for resistors if I don't have to. $4.7K? Excuse me? 4.7K. Yeah, that resistor's fine. I can try diode tests and see if I can get anything. They are directional, so I'm gonna have to swap my probe leads. Oh, I'm on continuity. We have 0.5 volts that direction. Should be 0 this direction. Correct. 0.5. It's fine. Let's try this one up here. Nothing. So it at least behaves like a diode. Whether or not it is, I'm not sure. 0.47. Having a hard time trying to see what I'm doing. So small. I'm not really doing myself any favor with this angle. 0.47. That's fine. Okay. I'm asking AI if resistance will be good enough. So I can test the problem I'm having with AI is I think that there is not much information in regards to this console or this motherboard. So it's giving me very general information, but that might not be very applicable. So it wants me to test the resistance between the sense and ground. Diode test. I don't know exactly what this will tell me. 32k ohms. So I have to kind of think about this in a way. It wants me to look for the I2C communications, which I would think would be just routing around routing around where these two antennas are. One of my main issues is there was nothing wrong with this side of the board. There was no corrosion. I ended up replacing the little like shielding because it sort of flux got worked its way around the board and it ended up just losing its stickiness. I could test this little fuse down here, but I mean, I would be extremely surprised if this blew, but it is a fuse. Or they are fuses. There's a lot of fuses. Holy. I don't have anything that small. I mean, I could just bridge it, assuming this thing will never be water damaged again. That's fine. I don't know what these components are. These white things. What I'm thinking I could do is find the IC responsible for wireless communication. So it's either a big IC or an accessory IC. So I could start by sort of looking up what this is. Which this one might be the main IC. But what's weird is that part of the board didn't have any water damage. I mean, that fat capacitor right there doesn't really look the best. Well, it's not glistening. That doesn't mean it's bad. Is that via supposed to be exposed? Where was I? It was over here. I mean, no. I don't think I did that. Down here. Let me look at that a little closer. That's weird. I don't think I scratched away down here, so why is this via just like exposed? I already checked that fuse. It was fine. That's really weird. Let me scratch away at it a little. Is that like actual raw copper, or is that like a weird deposit? It's almost like the silk screener missed it, because there's a via down here too, but the silk screen, or like the solder mask like depositor, missed it, because right down here you can see that the silk screen went over the via, like the raw copper via. That's interesting. And I was wondering why these pads were just like covered as well. That might just be by design that those are uncovered, but this is weird. And I mean, I don't see anything obvious, and that's... I think I may have tested this capacitor, and I think I scraped that off, if memory serves. Almost looks like... just like that same discoloring all around the board. This might be ground side. Probably is. Seems to always be the ground side that has this issue. And that's not discoloring, that's just a big block of nothing. I would be surprised if the main chip is bad. Everything else about this controller works perfectly fine. Oh, it does have some type of coating on it. Because this is the ground side, it looks like. But I'm not getting a continuity with ground through it. Almost like a weird, probably clear coat or something. This just doesn't... this is going to be an awkward angle. Oh, no, it's going to it. So if there's a main IC and an accessories IC, the two biggest chips are going to be this guy right down here, U3. I don't know if I can get any readings off of... oh, there we go. Let's see. Two ICs. BQ2, 50, T1, 2, 2A1, A1. Okay. Microsoft ARM X90. Just punching out this code I'm seeing. XC62316F6. TK.ASE. And I did test this board with my good hat, the good blue PCB. So, and it did still report as a no, so it wants me to look around this chip, and I mean, I'm willing to look at anything, because maybe I'll be able to spot something. Should be 2 small resistors that act as pull-up, which I mean, there's 2 resistors right down here. Typically 4.7 to 10k ohms. This is a bit of an awkward angle. I need to turn it because of these big protruding metal pieces. Hundred ohms. And basically open. Not 100 ohms. Christ. Basically open. That doesn't make any sense. There's no way this resistor is, like, compromised. That would be so random. 100 ohms. Let me actually pull my motherboard into this motherboard into frame just to make sure I'm actually doing this right. Hundred ohms. Okay, I'm like, that would be extremely random. Gosh, I'm not exactly have the most clear-cut options right here. Is that a trace line running through? What is that? Let me check my good board. That's kind of a... Yeah, that's like a weird... Oh, it's a divider of the trace planes. Okay, it just looks really strange. I would really be surprised if anything up here would be bad, because it would be incongruent with the water damage that I saw. I'm going to keep looking at my water damage board. video that I have just to see if there's anything. I want to probe a little more. Because all of the heavy water damaged areas look fine. So, looking it up, the BQ24250 chip is the charging IC, controlled over I2C. So whatever is responsible for the I2C communication, it might be on this board. It makes sense for it to be, since there's the connector pieces here and the USB-C port is here. But since I used my good board on it, it almost rules it out. Or at least it would make sense. So it shouldn't be any of the main chips on there or the ICs. I think the only thing I can really do is take comparison resistance readings from this component to just see if there's anything just odd. I can't take... Could I take voltage readings? So here's the hat. Not really. Yeah, it would cover it. Unlike my DSi, I can't... Like, I don't have the full board exposed when I put power into it, so I'm going to be a little uncertain. I just have to go based on resistance readings, really. Very flaky resistance readings. I should probably be writing these down. So I think it's pin 1 that goes in a clockwise. It doesn't give me any indicator on the board. I will just go with that logic, though. It's pin 1 clockwise. Let me bring up an Excel spreadsheet. So pin, I'll just assume that I will write everything down as I go. Or I'm just going to go from pin 1 to pin whatever, 20 or something. $15.88. That was in normal people ohms, right? Yes. Pin 2. Open. It's like 1.2. Pin 3. 1.2. And 1.2 in this case is they're going to ground. Pin 4. Six to 7M. Pin 5. Make sure I'm only touching the one pin. Oh boy, charging a capacitor. Should maybe make sure I'm not touching the probes. I might have to rewrap my probes to try and isolate them from my skin. There might be a hole in it somewhere. Gee whiz. That one might have to just be inconclusive. Not getting a really good reading there. This one is connected to this pad, so I can just poke this instead. This is where comparative voltage reading is just so much easier. Okay, those two are basically inconclusive. I'm not getting anything. Let's mark them with an asterisk. Because I just can't get a solid reading out of them. These two are probably going to be the same. Oh, brother. I'm thinking, can I connect it to power? Can I connect it to a battery? Because I'm not going to get anywhere with comparative voltage readings. I just don't think I'm able to, like, hold it down firmly enough to engage the contact points. Maybe I don't need to hold it down that firmly. Okay. It's on the battery, which I would hope charges it up enough to just, like, allow me to do this, because that would be ideal. If I need to plug it into USB, I'm going to be boned. Let me see if I can do some comparative voltage readings. I'm going to have to be extremely careful with this. Nothing. Yeah, I don't think this is going to work. Damn. Like, unless I somehow trigger the battery on. Let me grab the hat and just see if I can at least maybe probe a couple. Like, the only thing I can think of doing is making, like, an adapter for the hat. Or soldering wires directly to the hat. Because right now I just can't really do anything. Like, there aren't very many trace paths on the back of this component that I can check. The hat really doesn't give me much to work with. But I have to kind of try. Now, this is the good hat on the bad board. I can check accessories again if just for, like, some reason it fixed itself, but I doubt it. What's weird is I'm not getting an orange light. Or a blinking white light. Okay, it's showing up as my Pro controller. When I have it connected via USB, when I disconnect it, should connect via Bluetooth automatically. Well, eventually. I noticed sometimes these Elite controllers, may have disconnected from power. Holding it down. I also don't have the antennas plugged in, but that I don't think that matters because it hasn't mattered. This is going to be very difficult. And I probably shouldn't do this, but I can get a couple of I can get my probes into a couple of these pins. Just to see if I can just get a hint at what to look at. 5. It's interesting, I'm not getting the white blue light. Or the white blinking light like I was before. It's also not showing up. Oh. I did not necessarily position my camera in the best spot. Because that big fat capacitor that's in the way. Oh. It really didn't like it when I did that. Was I on 8? 8 volts. Holy. 50084 500855. I'll write that down. 50085. 855. Try and get those 2 points again. What I should try and do is go wireless, actually. See if it will go wireless. Okay. It is connected as my normal controller. As long as I don't shift it on accident. Okay, it's connected again. Disconnected. There, I can put a rubber band on it. If that will make a difference. just to hold the thing down against the battery contacts. So I'm not accidentally... That should work really well. It's not shifting at all on me. Okay. Connect via Bluetooth, please. Okay, there we go. The Xbox thing is covering my view of my microscope. I mean, I feel like reflowing it would be so unnecessary. But I feel like if I get any different readings... Four, maybe 0? Four. Weird how this starts high and then drops. See if it settles. It's probably going to be 0. Functionally 0. Okay. So when it's wireless, 000440. Turn this off the conventional way. So now let me put my good board on under this hat and see if just any of those... How many pins would it be? 6 pins. If any of those 6 pins are different, then at least that gives me a clue. Because right now I don't have a clue. I don't know where to even start probing logically. Ooh. In a manner that's not unproductive. Something that I can actually like firmly grasp onto as this is a difference. There shouldn't be a difference. So I put my good board, rubber band it down. I have green because that's cool. It's registering as an Elite controller on wireless, which is that's what it's supposed to do. I'm going to start with wireless. Don't exactly have my meter in frame. It's kind of helpful for me if I need the reference. Zero. 0. 4. 4. 0. It's the same. Of course, it is the same. Most unfortunate. I'm going to look back at my other board because the situation with the lights were really strange. They didn't pass my sniff test. Like, I don't remember the light for the selector. I don't remember why, and I don't know why it's not, like, barking at me for not or not having the, or for having like an initialization fail. I'm gonna plug the antennas back in, which I think these are antennas, these little tiny wires that are attached to the boards. I'm gonna plug those back in just to see kind of, I mean, I could see if my voltages are different between that chip. Because if that chip is responsible for charging, charging isn't my issue. Because I think the console does still pull voltage, even if it's reporting an initialization error. Wire plugged in, rubber banding it down. I see just what happens. Power it on normally. Yeah, I'm not getting any like... Oh, there it is. Oh, probably because it was on like default. But currently it's just registering it as a normal Xbox controller, which it isn't. It's an Elite controller. And I mean, I could bring that up. I have a little bit of space on my upper left hand side. So it's showing up as just a normal controller. But when I plug it in, and this is kind of the main issue that I'm trying to solve, funny enough, when I plug it in the USB, suddenly... Where the heck are you, USB-C plug? There you are. When I plug it in, it shows up as an Elite controller. Is it starting? Yeah, and now the center light is steadily blinking on and off, which I understand that to be an initialization failure. And then when I unplug it from USB-C, takes a second to reconnect. It shows up as a normal controller. So I plug the antennas in. Let me just check voltages now. See if there's anything different. Nope, 000440. Still the same. Man, I'm not exactly sure where I should go with this controller. I think I do need to sort of get some wire and solder the hat and the base together. Yeah, it's gonna suck. That's gonna suck a lot. But I think that's the only way I can get voltage readings off this board. And kind of what I mean by that is just soldering the wires from the plug to the other plug. I really wish I could just keep on doing resistance readings, but they seem a bit futile. I might want to keep doing it though, because that's just going to be the easiest to do. Because that would be, yeah, that's a lot of soldering for... I would have to do it twice because I would have to do my good and my bad board just so I can lay them out like this. And then I can get to all these components. Oh, brother. could I continue resistance readings around that chip. My main problem with that is it's kind of assuming that it is that chip. I know it has some amount of, it may even be responsible for that little white light. Like whatever is blinking that white light, I doubt it's the, this is my good hat, so, and it behaves exactly like my bad hat. Did I put the bad hat on my good controller just to make sure it wasn't the hat? I never actually tried that. So this is the, not the bad hat. I'll put the bad hat in quotes because this part might be perfectly fine. Meter's about to shut off due to not use. So let me put my good main board with my hat. I don't have Xbox accessories up anymore. It is showing up as an Elite controller. So it's not the hat. I've at least ruled that out as a possibility. And I also don't have to have those little, like, antenna lines, or whatever these, like, antenna line things are. I don't have to have those plugged in. And I mean, that rules out one complete motherboard. But it puts me with this dense fella. And give it a look-see again, just to see, just especially around where all the corrosion was. And I made sure, like, those plugs were soldered. Like, I made, like, absolute certainty that it was. And there shouldn't be any bridging on them either. I did both sides because they were kind of, felt like Microsoft was a little soft on solder. They only connected to, like, the underside of the pins. But corrosion was worst about right here. And around, like, this area right here specifically. So it can't not be this area. But I truly don't see anything. Like, I would be thinking it's a corroded via. It's a corroded trace somewhere. Something somewhere. This one looks a little strange, but I think it just is my light. It's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Like, I just don't see anything. And that's like my biggest problem right now is there's nothing that would be as a consequence of corrosion. Nothing that I can find. Absolutely nothing. Like, I could just, like, Hail Mary and reheat everything again, but I just don't. I'm probably just gonna have to look at this later. I'll think on it and maybe see if I can do some reading. If there's anything, like maybe somebody has encountered this problem as well. But so far, I'm just a little stumped. At the, like... Let me just see if the thing actually charges. Because if I have to just give up on this board, it is still a working controller. And I would almost happily keep it as my own. I don't know if the rear paddles would work if the Xbox or if Windows doesn't recognize it as a controller. Or as an Elite controller if it sort of disables those back buttons. Or like custom profiles. let me kind of play around, like what features, I'm not giving up on it per se, but like worst case scenario, I can't figure it out. It's like, it could be just like a weird software bug that happened when the thing shorted. Or when the thing got water damage, maybe it shorted something and maybe partially damaged a component. But not enough that I would be able to trace it down. So let me bring back up Xbox accessories. It's connected as a... So I want to change the colors of one of the LEDs. I should be able to do that right here. I need to make kind of an obvious color. I guess orange is pretty good. Orange. And then what I want to do is... Okay, I put profile 1 to slot 1. I'll do profile 2 to slot 2. This will be... I'll do purple for slot 2. So then it should be orange, purple, white. Default orange, purple, white, white. So let me disconnect it. Let me plug it into my USB tester to see if it's charging. If it's not charging... And I'm pretty sure these profiles are saved locally. Yes, it is. So orange, purple. So it is being recognized on that controller. I don't have any shoulder buttons plugged in, do I? Oh, yes, I do. This would allow me to at least test if these rear buttons are registered in Windows. It should just register them as a input. Oh, it doesn't. So when it's not registered as a Pro controller, you lose the back buttons. That is a problem. It is charging 1.23 amps. I wonder if it's just like a trickle charge. I need to compare it against my good board. Good board, same batteries. It may just be because the battery is almost full. It's a really interesting problem. I'm a little, like, I can't say I'm not a little disheartened by it. Because, I mean, it's like it could be anything, but it has to be in that isolated section of water damage. It can't not be. It has to be a corroded via, a corroded something, a something. Okay, it's pulling even less. I don't think that matters per se without having a... Pulling 0.1 less amps. I would have to connect it against my, the original battery, which I still have in pieces at the top of the screen. I haven't put that back together yet, which I probably should, because that might kind of... I don't know if that would give me damning evidence, or it would at least point me towards the what component is called U13. It would point me back to U13. If the charging is different, I could continue trying to probe around this to see if I find anything. But I mean, for right now, I'm just stumped. I'm just gonna have to squat on this for a little while and come back to it and just see if I come up with anything, or if I find anything that's like, go look around this chip or something, because I'm a little stuck. I have been probing this little board for just hours on end, and I am really not coming up with anything too conclusive. But an interesting thing about it is there's a command you can run in File Explorer that will actually revert the firmware back to, I think, maybe base. It might just completely wipe it back to like full stock before any firmwares were put out. It doesn't give me firmware numbers, so I can't exactly tell what firmware it reverts to. But what's interesting is now this will connect via Bluetooth and will be recognized as an Elite controller. However, once the controller goes into what I presume to be some type of low power or like idle state, it just completely crashes. Like, if I connect it and do inputs, if I just sort of twirl around the thumbstick, it will stay on. But the second it enters a low power state, it just cuts off. So, somewhere in that circuit has to be an issue. Why it doesn't connect via Bluetooth and is recognized as an Elite controller on the most recent firmware, I'm wondering if the controller does like a self-check of some type, notices that the idle power state has an error, and then reverts to like almost like a base function of this controller where it's just recognized as just a normal Xbox controller, not an Elite controller, which in that case, that cuts out all of the functionality with the rear buttons and probably, presumably, all of the custom profiles, though I haven't really played around with that too much. I do know it cuts out functionality with the rear paddles. So, where before I was almost kind of viewing this as more of a benign issue, like, okay, I mean, it's recognized as a basic Xbox controller, but it still works. All of the inputs work, sticks are still in good shape, hopefully. I mean, I've heated this board up quite a few times, but so hopefully that didn't impact these joysticks. I mean, they can always be replaced. But considering that it deletes the rear paddle functionality, that's kind of a big issue. So I'm going to keep probing it. It's a lot of just like I'm choosing not to record most of this because it is just me probing it mindlessly and trying to find any difference between this board and my good board. Just anything at all. Any weird resistance values, any diode tests that are just a little off, any open circuits, anything. Because it is really difficult to put power to this board. Because I tried rigging up something where I had wires soldered to all of the points on these connectors, but I was definitely not comfortable. Not so much with my solder job, but just how fragile it was. If I really wanted to do this, I would need to probably remove both connectors and just solder to these pads directly. Just completely omitting these connectors, but there is kind of a problem, especially on this board. I don't know how to take this connector off without destroying these LEDs right here, because if I have to heat from the back, it's just going to melt those LEDs, and as well as this D-pad membrane thing. Can't heat it from the front because it would melt the connector. I can definitely take this one off. I'm not so much worried about that. So I would either have to do a weird compromise. I don't have anything that I can actually plug into this connector, so I think I'm just going to have to keep winging it with continuity and resistance tests and just to find anything. I can almost guarantee it's a corroded via. It has to be. It can't not be due to water damage, and it has to be in this area, but I just can't confirm that for a kind of a myriad of reasons. Like, this is a multi-layer board, so I have multiple connections that I'll follow. It goes into a via and it'll vanish. It could appear anywhere. Like, there are some lines coming off this chip that show up at this plug, just jet across, and I would never know. I couldn't find any type of schematics. No, like, deep research has gone into this board. Funny enough, there was a schematic made for this board. I'm not entirely sure why. I mean, this board is far simpler, but efforts to make a schematic for this board I have yet to find. I could try digging a little deeper, but that would definitely help me immensely. But right now I just have to keep randomly probing and hoping I find something. I either give up on this console or report a success. I'm still kind of trying to figure out what exactly is going on. So, I spent the last 2 days probing it, trying about everything that Copilot was telling me to try. I swapped the U10 charging IC to see if, like, maybe the controller was reporting some type of battery error, so it was defaulting to almost like a low power state. That, I mean, it would also explain why on the rolled back firmware it would shut off after 4 seconds when it went to a low power state. Current firmware, it doesn't do that. But, I mean, I don't want to get too muddied up with that explanation, but if it was shutting off when it was going into a low power state, it would imply that either maybe the controller can't detect the battery, or there was just something along that, like, logic path that was broken, corroded via maybe a faulty resistor, capacitor, something. But nothing I could find could fix that. I swapped the U10 chip. I think I already said that. I even hooked up a Raspberry Pi Pico to the I2C lines to see if there was any sort of weird data coming out of it, and there was, but this was on the previous firmware. I never tested the current firmware, so that could be an entirely just a firmware bug. But what was happening on the previous firmware, when I hooked it up via Bluetooth, it would be identified as an Elite controller over Bluetooth on my PC, but was shut off after 4 seconds. Unless I kept doing inputs, and even when I was doing inputs, like playing a game, it would shut off, or it would disconnect every, like, 20 seconds to 2 minutes, just randomly. It would reconnect, but, I mean, that's unplayable, as far as video games are concerned. When I hooked it up wired, like actual USB-C connection, it played just fine. Recognized as Elite controller, I could change the profiles, test all the inputs, calibrate, triggers, things like that. So the controller in that state was like, it was functional as a wired controller. Updated the firmware, it connects via Bluetooth, it doesn't power down after 4 seconds. Okay, cool. Problem is it wasn't being recognized over Bluetooth as an Elite controller. It was being recognized as a standard Xbox controller, which, from what I could tell, unless there were, like, Xbox or Windows games that could utilize, like, maybe the rumble motors and the triggers or something, or maybe, like, some type of, like, some macro you can set up with the rear paddles, that identification mismatch was benign, more or less. The controller was perfectly functional over Bluetooth. I mean, it's still on. It hasn't, like, errored out in a low power state. So, but I knew that wasn't normal. I have another Xbox controller that I was using as just sort of control. This is recognized over Bluetooth as an Elite controller, just fine. And I mean, so something was wrong. Something was wrong with maybe, like, the Bluetooth radio. Something was weird. I don't know. I couldn't find anything. Not having a schematic for these controller motherboards is very difficult. Makes everything very difficult. I mean, if I could probe paths with a schematic, I would have saved me probably the last 2 days of me just blindly probing everything I could find. So that takes me to today. I mean, yesterday night I basically just said, fuck it. I'm done. I can't find anything. Like, there's no smoking gun. There's no, like, aha, there's a corroded via. Nothing. I gave up. I just said, you know what? Even though I can't use it as a Bluetooth Elite controller, it still functions perfectly fine as a controller. And I would have no problem making this my personal controller. And what I intend to do is reshell this controller. I broke a tab on this centerpiece, and it's starting to flake away a little. I'm going to reshell this controller and probably part with it, and keep this one as my personal one. that was kind of the intention. Like, I don't like rumble motors. I've never really did. And the back paddles I have mapped to face buttons, so those work perfectly fine. I really have no... I probably wouldn't even notice. Again, until today. Check this out. It's now being recognized over Bluetooth as an Elite controller. And, I mean, inputs... Like, it is being recognized. Why? I connected it to my Xbox. So let me bring up that feed. And let me sync it up. So my Xbox, this was just sort of a Hail Mary approach. Like, okay, I don't know why it's not being recognized as an Elite Series 2 on my PC, even though my other controller is being recognized as an Elite Series 2, this one isn't. Maybe it was... It would be weird for it to be a Windows side error, because I have a control. I have one control. I have a proof that Windows can correctly identify an Elite controller. I tested it on my laptop. I tested it even on my phone to some degree. There's no Xbox Accessories app on the phone. But I did have just two confirmations that both of these controllers are being correctly read by Windows, even if this one isn't being read correctly. I connected it to my Xbox. It's recognized over some wireless protocol as an Elite controller. Xbox, my understanding, the Xbox, this is an Xbox Series X. It's using some type of, maybe a proprietary wireless protocol, maybe some type of modified Bluetooth, something that allows it to be edited over Bluetooth, where in Windows you need to be plugged in to USB-C in order to edit any of the profiles. Okay, that sort of like raised a glimmer of hope. Like, okay, this controller is like 95% functional. Just for some reason, when it connects to Windows, it's not recognized as an Elite controller. But for some reason, after I discovered this, I reconnected it to my PC, and it's recognized as an Elite controller now. So there were no updates I put on this while on Xbox. It's running current firmware, and I was able to do that through Windows. It's entirely possible that some type of like internal telemetry was updated on the Xbox side. Maybe connecting it via Xbox sort of corrected any errors without really even notifying me. Maybe just in that connection that it's making with my Xbox, it just sort of fixed itself. So, I mean, yay. I just have no real explanation. This controller works perfectly fine, and it was only until I connected it with my Xbox that it corrected the weird identification mismatch that it had. So it's done. And I mean, I'm still going to keep this controller for myself. When I took off the when I was adding wires to the U10 chip to try and probe like what's going on, like I needed to wire up chips that were underneath the 2-layered PCB sandwich so that I can probe it with power on, and I ended up tearing up one of the pads. I fixed it, of course. I was able to do that with wire, but there's no such issues on this controller. I mean, I did replace the thumbsticks, and I mean, I'm not going to say I did a bad job, but that solder work does not look good. So maybe I could get rid of this. I'll make that determination later. I need to get a shell for it, but that's kind of where this controller sits. It is fixed. I'm still it's gonna be kind of my main controller for the next few days. Run it through any games I want to play, be it Genshin or maybe even run a little bit of Halo, and just see kind of how it plays. But, I mean, a little bit of water damage, probably some bad solder joints that I corrected, and that one resistor that just needed to be swapped was, I think, the only issues, aside from like weird Bluetooth telemetry issues. So, cool. I mean, I really don't know what else to say there. This was a head scratcher for sure, and definitely a bit disappointing when I hit that eventuality of like, I can't fix this, but the Xbox Series X connection decided, I got you, fam. So, that's it for that then.